Hello, everybody. My name is Eric D. Johnson, also known as BrightShine. We're the city members in the county, sheriff, state of Tennessee. Day and date. It's Sunday morning, March the 5th, 2023. The time is 9:14 a.m. First, I thank all my family, my support for your continued courage, continue to keep myself employed right here in the Memphis tri-state area, continue to further my education, moral college online, continue to pursue my social reach, study, be administrative, contrary to market, the present time, take a break, going to school in the very near future. I will be going back to moral college online, continue to pursue my social reach, study, be administration, contrary to market. Now, I'm going to start my Facebook Live. Hello, everybody. My name is Eric D. Johnson, also on BrightShine. Live right in the city members in the county, sheriff, state of Tennessee. Day and date. It's early Sunday morning, March the 5th, 2023. The time 9:16 a.m. First, I thank all my family, my support for your continued courage, continue to keep myself employed right in the Memphis tri-state area. Continue to further my education, moral college online, continue to pursue my social career. Instead of being administrative contract in mind, the present time, take a break, going to school in the very near future. I will be going back to my work out online, continue to pursue my social career, instead of being administrative contract tomorrow. Now, what you see in front of you, anti-gang, anti-Gnostic, anti-hazing. Also, Saint Irenaeus, the Bishop of Lyon, together with Saint Ignatius, the Bishop of Antioch, they wrote a 5-volume book refuting Gnosticism as being a heresy. Titled Adversus Heresies, translated mean against heresies. Also, Saint Athanasius, the Bishop of Alexandria, in the year 367 AD, in his 39th festal letter, Easter letter, banned all non-Christian writing. Them Gnostic theologians were doing all this writing. Saint Athanasius, Bishop of Alexandria, together with all the other bishops in the Catholic Church, that went around and collected all that Gnostic writing and destroyed it. Now, some of that Gnostic writing was wrapped in some papyrus paper, put in a jar, and buried in Nagamata, Egypt. The little farm boy outside playing in 1945 found the jar and gave it to his father, the farmer. And the farmer had to figure out what to do with what his son had found. So eventually, the scholars at the colleges and universities around the world, they found out about it. And then they went around, the sororities and fraternity went around lying to other people about Gnosticism, using the Nag Hammadi library to victimize innocent men, women, and children. Also, St. Epiphanius of Salome, the Bishop of Cyprus, wrote a 3-volume book titled Panorean Greek, Panorean Latin, translated mean breadbasket, exposing all these heresies. Scholars have also said that St. Epiphanius of Salome, Bishop of Cyprus, 3-volume book is also Adversus Heresies against heresies. rejecting knowledge, rejecting knowledge, rejecting knowledge, rejecting knowledge, the history of the city of Chicago. The almighty Vice Lord, Four Corner Hustler. The almighty Black Prince Stone. The almighty Black Disciple Poppy. The almighty Mickey Kobe Crack. The almighty Bluefin Black Disciple, the Black Disciple, the Lord Stone Disciple, 7-Eleven, G Killer. The almighty Vice Lord, Four Corner Hustler. The almighty Black Prince Stone. The almighty Black Disciple Poppy. The almighty Mickey Kobe Crack. The almighty Bluefin Black Disciple, the Black Disciple. The Lord Stone Disciple, 7-Eleven, G Killer. Gangster Disciple Killer, Insane Gangster Disciple Killer, Black Gangster New Breed Killer, all that, the same thing. See, the history of the city of Chicago. See, the history of the city of Chicago right there in front of you. My dad passed away in 2012, Chester Johnson Jr. And my mother, Annabelle Johnson, she recently passed away this year, this past January. And my dad's little brother, Lemuel Johnson. And my dad and Lemuel were born right here in the city of Memphis. We're living here, it's right here in the city of Memphis. Worked on a job for over 20 years, and they both retired from their jobs. Now my Uncle Lemmy, while I was incarcerated, had been murdered, and like I always say, I ain't never forgot, and I damn sure don't take. But see, my mom, she was the youngest of all the children, so after she passed away, all her sisters and brothers had already passed away. So my mother, she was the youngest of all my grandmama and granddad's children, so but still, the history of the city of Chicago, my dad, of course, he was the oldest out of all my grandmama and granddad's children, and Uncle Lemmy, he was the second oldest of all my granddad and grandmama's children. Now my grandmama, could see my granddad and grandmama, they both were from Mississippi. And on my mama's side, my granddad and grandmama, they were both from Mississippi. Now, on my dad's side, my grandmama and granddad had moved to Detroit, Michigan. Worked at the Ford Motor Company, retired. And lived in Detroit, Michigan up until the day he passed away. Now, grandma, she had another son, my Uncle Walter, lived in the city of Chicago up until the day he passed away. And grandma, she had a daughter, Aunt Virgin May, was living in the city of Chicago up until the day she passed away. Then grandma had a son, James Demo, my Uncle James Demo. He was living down in Mississippi up until the day he passed away. And grandma had a son, Verlee Jr., was living in the city of Chicago up until the day he passed away. The history of the city of Chicago right there in front of you. See? See, when you try to lie, I do my video making sure, no, you don't get away with lying. You don't get away with lying. No. You can try. I mean, just like read the Holy Bible. Read your Holy Bible. And you go all the way to the first book, Genesis. Mm-hmm. Go to the book of Genesis in the Holy Bible, chapter 3. And you find out about the fall of man. How the serpent had beguiled the woman. And after the woman had been beguiled by the serpent, then Adam, listening to his wife, ate of the fruit of the tree. So, this goes all the way, and then, of course, murder and all this, Cain and Abel. But when it comes to lying, you lie, you die. You lie, you gonna die. And for the last time, put more emphasis that when you lie, you gonna die. See, the history of the city of Chicago. Now let me say this. Today I'm making my video. I was off yesterday, and so I had to do errands, and being that I was off. But and the weekend, the whole weekend. Sometimes being at work, sometimes I work on a Saturday or whatever. But since I had Saturday and Sunday off, make my video. Now, I'm going to do my reading. That's what I'm going to put my emphasis on, but still. What time is it? Yeah. It's important. It's a lot of people. Just like I just read in the Holy Bible. How the serpent, all the way back in creation, lied. And because they had lied, the serpent got punished by God. Eve got punished by God. Adam got punished by God. What was it? A lie. See, God told you the truth. God told you the truth. But listen to the serpent. Listening to the woman. Instead of listening to God, you get punished by God. See, the conservative vice lord walking around in Chicago, it's a lot of people who have lied and are lying. And because of people lying, a lot of people get killed, get injured. Because somebody lied. For example, the sorority and the fraternity, the sohos and the frat bitches, lying in the community, all around the United States of America, as well as other parts of the world. People in academia going around lying. The Catholic Church been around before the first century. Because when you start talking about the Jewish Christians, then the first century came on. The 12 disciples. And the establishment of the church. Our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, the Son of God, crucified on the cross, on Calvary. After being crucified, was resurrected and rose to glory. The Catholic Church, Roman Catholic Church, Eastern Orthodox Catholic Church, Oriental Orthodox Catholic Church. All Catholic churches. All Catholic churches. It's the one and only church. You're not going to find no first century church, no Church of Christ in church history. You're not going to find it. It's a lie. There's no such thing as no Church of Christ. There's no such thing as no first century church. Now, let me say this. When you say Church of Christ, you took it from the Catholic Church to mislead other people. You took it from the Catholic Church because the Catholic Church is Christ's church. That's what he was talking about. We're talking about some made up, man-made group trying to take the title, the Church of Christ, and then to try to mislead more people, talking about the first century church. All these black slash African Americans is not no weapon against other human beings. You can't use me as well as other black slash African Americans to lie to white Europeans. You can't use me as well as other black slash African Americans to lie to people over in China, people in Mongolia, people in India, people in Lebanon, people in Saudi Arabia, people in Australia and New Zealand, people in Canada, people all over the continent of Africa, people in Mexico, Central, South America, the Caribbean. You can't use black slash African Americans to victimize innocent men, women, and children. You can't do it by telling a damn lie. Talking about the first century church, the Church of Christ. Yeah, I know. The 12 disciples who were chosen by our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, the Son of God. I know. I'm familiar with the scriptures. Jesus said, upon this rock, I'm going to build my church. I'm familiar with that. I'm familiar with that chapter and verse. I got it right here. I got it right here. I've been showing you all the time. All my videos. Oh, yeah. I told you, I got it right here, wrote down. I got all it. You ain't telling me nothing. Jesus established the one and only church. Matthew chapter 16, verses 13 through 19. Also, Matthew chapter 18, verses 15 through 20. I'm familiar with it. I'm very familiar with them verses. Chapter and verse. I'm very familiar. I got it wrote down. Upon a lie. Gonna try to lie. It's just like going around talking about some Gnosticism. And the Neoplatonians had already told you about the demiurge. They had already told you, Plato, as well as his students, had already told you that the demiurge desired that a world be benevolent, was a good God. And that was the only desire for the physical world to be a benevolent world, a good God with a good world. The Neoplatonians had already said that. And as I mentioned before, Plato wrote a book What's the title of that book, Eric? The Timmyist. Now, I have attempted to begin reading that book. See, you can't go around and take information and distort that information and then go around lying, because you lie to yourself and then you lie to other people. That's all you do, is just go around lying. Then after you lie, you try to use violence, provoking other people to be violent with you and others. Just like we were talking about this, rejecting knowledge, going around talking about some hidden knowledge, some esoteric, and then on the other side, some public knowledge, some exoteric. The Catholic Church already refuted. They already refuted that nonsense. But you being uninformed, you listening to what somebody out on the street told you. Talking about you a Gnostic. You ain't making no sense. See, it's just like you telling, you got all the Catholic churches, the Roman Catholic Church, the Eastern Orthodox Catholic Church, the Oriental Orthodox Catholic Church, and you walking around talking about you went to college and earned a PhD, and you walking around talking about you a Lutheran. Like they're supposed to mean something. Don't mean nothing. Because the Catholic Church already refuted Protestantism, already proved that Martin Luther was a heretic in the 17th century. Now, when you say 17th century, where was we as black/African American? We were slaves in the 17th century. And even before the 17th century, the Arab slave trade, the Niger Congo being enslaved by other people, as well as by Niger Congo people. But we had to deal with the Arab slave trade, as well as the West African or transatlantic slave trade. All these black/African Americans here in North America, Mexico, Central America, South America, the Caribbean, as well as Europe and Asia. All this intermarrying, intermixing, being denied education. So while the Catholic Church was refuting all these heresies, including Martin Luther, we as black/African American were being enslaved, oppressed. It's not right to lie. It's not right to lie. It's not right. It's been time to clear up all these lies. And the time is now to clear up all these lies. See, the conservative vice lord don't have to worry about somebody going around lying. the Catholic Church always been. Ever since the first century. It's the only church, the one and only church. And the Catholic Church has already refuted all those heresies. Already refuted all those heresies. They've been refuted. It's not an excuse for you to be misinformed. It's no excuse. You don't get a free ride for being misinformed. You don't get no damn free ride. Conservative white law don't owe you a damn thing. Don't owe you nothing. Just because you been sitting your ass around all these damn years, nobody owe you nothing, man. Don't owe you a damn thing. Don't have to hear none of your whining excuses for being misinformed. If you don't want to put forth the effort to inform yourself, that's your goddamn fault. You make it sound like, goddamn it, you trying to get away with just being stupid. Well, I guarantee you this. You're going to find out the hard way. You're going to get a goddamn reality check. You're going to get a damn reality check because you're going to get your ass killed on these streets. You're going to get your ass killed on these streets. It ain't no excuse. None. It shouldn't have never been nobody walking around talking about no supreme gangster. It wasn't no excuse. Just like today, it ain't no excuse. Zero. And I'm telling you this, it's going to be zero tolerance. Don't have no tolerance for you. No tolerance. The only thing is vice law. And with the Bible, Black Princeton, the Black Disciples. Man, anything else? Hey, ain't nothing to talk about. You can sit your ass out there in Los Angeles, California, all you want. Talking about some damn Crip gang, some blood gang, but I tell you this. The Black P-Stone blood, them Black P-Stones. And that's it. There ain't nothing else to say. It ain't nothing else to say because it's going to mean the same thing. You just been going around lying and being lied to. It ain't no excuse. You can't get away with trying to use no Nagamata library. You can't get away. It ain't no such thing as deliberately trying to use no Nagamata library to victimize me. You got another thing coming. You don't get away with trying to imitate the vice lord. And you damn sure don't get away with trying to fabricate. No, you don't get away with imitating. And you don't get away with fabricating. No. Now, what I'm looking at is the gang history. Now, for some reason, some of these websites they don't, be operating. They had one of them, what was it? www.chicagoganghistory.com. Thinking shut down or something, or not working, page not found. But anyway, it ain't nothing that you can't find out about. See, so it don't make any difference about a website, cause see, it be the same information being talked about over and over again. So you ain't saying nothing just because somebody put a website together and get the same information, and then put a website together. Then it's gonna be the same information. It can be a YouTube video. It's gonna mean the same thing because you're talking about the same information over and over and over again. You just repeating the same information, just like American history. You telling the same history about George Washington over and over again. About the early settlers. You talking about the same history over and over and over again, repeatedly. You talking about world history. You still talking about the same history. You just repeating the same information over and over again. So when it comes to Chicago gang history, you ain't doing nothing but talking about the same history over and over again. Conservative vice law. You still talking about the same thing over and over again. That's the point. So it ain't gonna make no difference about no damn website, no YouTube video or anything else. You still talking about the same information. Still talking about the same information over and over again. No matter who do, you just talking about the same information. So it ain't gonna make no difference about somebody trying to keep us. Man, you can't keep nobody from getting information and then think your ass is gonna save your ass. No, it ain't gonna save you nothing. But see, Eric leave a YouTube video, and when you hear me say conservative vice law, you ain't preventing nobody from hearing nothing. You know what I'm saying? You ain't stopping nothing. See, like I'm saying, you talking about www.chicagohistory.com. Now I'm sitting here looking at another website, streetgangs.com. They still talking about the same information. Asian street gangs in Chicago. Folk street gangs in Chicago. People street gangs in Chicago. You talking about the same information. Street gangs in Chicago. So, you just talking about the same information over and over again. And I'm sitting here looking at every gang still telling the same information over and over again. Then you got Latino gangs, prison gangs, other cities, music, Crips, Bloods, Asian gangs. See what I'm talking about? Streetgangs.com. You're talking about the same information over and over again. But going around trying to lie, that's the point I've been making. So when the conservative white lord, I leave my video, I've been leaving my video for that very reason. I don't never want nobody not to see that I'm sitting there. And when you try to go around and try to lie, first of all, then you try to victimize innocent men, women, and children with the Nehemiah Library and the Catholic Church been around since the 1st century. Talking about you a Gnostic. I know damn well. No, that's the reason why I've been sitting and making my video that way. I'm right here. I ain't going nowhere. I ain't going nowhere. I'm sitting right here. And then, just recently, I had already mentioned about that daggum animal abuser next door. And so I made a video, made 2 of them last week. YouTube video. It's on my Facebook page. And you'll see the 2 dogs. You'll see who I'm talking about. And then I made one yesterday, which was Saturday afternoon. And so I really ain't just got it, but I did. I made three YouTube videos. It's on my Facebook page as well as on my Twitter page. And so daggum animal abuse, man. I don't know what kind of nonsense, but trying to go around talking about you're a Gnostic and all this about God and all that. Man, look, you ain't doing no putting yourself you ain't doing no lying to yourself, and then you ain't doing no make other people wanna hurt you or something, man. Cause you can't use no Nehemiah Library, no excuse to victimize no innocent men, women, children. Then talking about you gonna destroy, wildlife, nature, and the environment. No, hell no. You think I'm finna sit Alabama and let you sit your ass up here and pollute the environment? No. Talking about you a Gnostic? You crazy. You think I'm finna sit Alabama and you around here throwing aluminum cans all out of, you know what I'm saying? You gonna deliberately pour motor oil? What kind of nonsense you talking about? Why would you do that? Why would you deliberately try to destroy the environment? Oh, you're not. Okay, well, I tell you what. You ain't finna never say that and get away. You ain't finna never talking about you trying to kill the squirrels out in my yard. Man, them damn squirrels been running around out there. I ain't said nothing to them squirrels. And they can keep on running around. Climbing the trees, playing with each other. Trying to dodge from getting hit by me as well as others. Because I'm driving around in the street. When I see them, they running around all out in the street. I'm having to hit brakes. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to hit brakes. He's squirring around and listen. Man, will you get out the way? I'm trying to keep from running over a squirrel. Hitting brakes up and down. I can't even get to my own house without calling and hitting brakes. Then I finally get to my house. Then I got some more squirrels in the driveway. Then I'm trying to keep from running over. But, I mean, they don't have to worry about me trying to kill them. Just get out the way. Go on, run on back up in the tree. And just stay out the way. I'm not trying to run over no squirrel. I'm not trying to hurt the birds or anything like that. Well, what time is it? But like I was saying, you try to lie. You can't get away with lying. And you can sit around talking about you in a sorority and a fraternity, talking about you went to college and got a bachelor's degree. You know, you got a associate degree, bachelor's degree, master's degree, PhD, and you a Baptist minister and all, and you in the Church of Christ. Man, whatever you got to say don't mean nothing. It don't make a bit of difference. You ain't nobody. The bishop and the deacon in the Catholic Church. That's what bound. The nonsense you talking ain't adding up to nothing. You ain't gonna never prove anything. You ain't gonna never prove that you smarter than the bishop and the deacon in the Catholic Church. You're not gonna never do that. Because you're not. Because our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, the Son of God, He established the church. That's who established the church. Our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, Son of God. That's who established the church. So you can sit around and talk about your PhD all you want. It ain't gonna make no difference. And so, like I said, all this lying that you've been doing, no, it ain't gonna do nothing but get you hurt. That's all it's gonna get you killed or get you hurt. Because it ain't no excuse. It ain't no excuse for any human being to say anything like that. That you're a Gnostic. No, you got no business saying that. You just ignorant. You just ignorant. That's all. It's straight to the point. Talking about you a Freemason, you the Eastern Star. So, don't make no, ain't nobody. Okay? Finna go get straight to the point. Now, gonna get straight to the point. Get straight to the point. Ain't no beating around the bush. Ain't no need. Look, the Catholic Church. Whatever it is you trying to claim about some knowledge, the Catholic Church, the Vatican Council. So we over here on, what's this? TraditionalCatholicNet.net. Now, third session, chapter 4, on faith and reason. The perpetual agreement of the Catholic Church has maintained and maintains this too, that there is a twofold order of knowledge, distinct not only as regards its source, but also as regards its object. With regard to the source, we know at the one level by natural reason, at the other level by divine faith. With regard to the object, besides those things to which natural reason can attain, there are proposed for our belief mysteries hidden in God which, unless they are divinely revealed, are incapable of being known. Wherefore, when the apostle, who witnesses that God was known to the Gentiles from created things, comes to treat of the grace and truth which came by Jesus Christ, he declares, we impart a secret and hidden wisdom of God, which God decreed before the ages for our glorification. None of the rulers of this age understood this. God has revealed it to us through the Spirit. For the Spirit searches everything, even the depths of God, and the only begotten himself in his confession to the Father acknowledges that the Father has hidden these things from the wise and prudent and revealed them to the little ones. Now, reason does indeed, when it seeks persistently, piously, and soberly, achieve by God's gift some understanding that most profitable of the mysteries, whether by analogy from what it knows naturally or from the connection of these mysteries with one another and with the final end of humanity. But reason is never rendered capable of penetrating these mysteries in the way in which it penetrates those truths which forms its proper object. For the divine mystery by their very nature so far surpass the created understanding that even when a revelation has been given and accepted by faith, they remain covered by the veil of that same faith and wrapped, as it were, in a certain obscurity, as long as in this mortal life we are away from the Lord, for we walk by faith and not by sight. Even though faith is above reason, there can never be any real disagreement between faith and reason, since it is the same God who reveals the mysteries and infuses faith, and who has endowed the human mind with the light of reason. God cannot deny himself, nor can truth ever be in opposition to truth. The appearance of this kind of specious contradiction is chiefly due to the fact that either the dogmas of faith are not understood and explained in accordance with the mind of the church, or unsound views are mistaken for the conclusions of reason. Therefore, we define that every assertion contrary to the truth of enlightened faith is totally false. Furthermore, the church, which, together with its apostolic officers' teaching, has received the charge of preserving the deposit of faith, has by divine appointment the right and duty of condemning what wrongly passes for knowledge, lest anyone be led astray by philosophy and empty deceit. Excuse me. Hence, all faithful Christians are forbidden to defend as a legitimate conclusion of science those opinions which are known to be contrary to the doctrine of faith. Excuse me. Particularly if they have been condemned by the church. And furthermore, they are absolutely bound to hold them to be errors which wear the deceptive appearance of truth. Not only can faith and reason never be at odds with one another, but they mutually support each other. For on the one hand, right reason establishes the foundation of the faith, and illuminated by its light develops the science of divine things. On the other hand, faith delivers reason from errors and protects it and furnishes it with the knowledge of many kinds. Hence, so far is the church from hindering the development of human arts and studies, that in fact she assists and promotes them in many ways. For she is neither ignorant nor contemptuous of the advantages which derive from this source for human life. Rather, she acknowledges that those things flow from God, the Lord of sciences, and if they are properly used, lead to God by the help of his grace. Nor does the church forbid these studies to employ each within its own area, its own proper principles and method. But while she admits this just freedom, she takes particular care that they do not become infected with errors by conflicting with divine teaching, or by going beyond their proper limit, intrude upon what belongs to faith, and engender confusion. For the doctrine of the faith which God has revealed is put forward not as some philosophical discovery capable of being perfected by human intelligence, but as a divine deposit committed to the spouse of Christ to be faithfully protected and infallibly promulgated. Hence, too, that meaning of the sacred dogmas is ever to be maintained, which has once been declared by Holy Mother Church. And there must never be any abandonment of these sins under pretext or in the name of a more profound understanding. Many understanding, knowledge, and wisdom increase as ages and centuries roll along, and greatly and vigorously flourish in each and all, in the individual and the whole church, but this only in its own proper kind, that is to say, in the same doctrine, the same sense, and the same understanding. So, get straight to the point. This stuff you talking about, the Catholic Church already refuted all them heresies. For example, Gnosticism. What you trying to claim by some rejected knowledge, that big list that I showed you, Catholic Church already did something about that. So it ain't no excuse for you to be misinformed. It ain't no excuse for no sorority, no fraternity walking around the street lying to other people. It ain't no excuse. See, it ain't no reason for nobody not to hurt your ass out on the street in the community. Because you don't have that, you don't get away with lying. Here it is, I'm sitting here telling you on a YouTube video, I'm already aware of here not, and then here you come walking up to me like you gonna persuade me. And you can't persuade me to do nothing but beat your butt. That's the only thing you gonna do, make me whoop you out here on the street. I'm trying to stay out of jail. Now, that was the Vatican Council, 3rd session, chapter 4. Now, it's a good thing to look at the dates and time, because like I've been putting emphasis, saying is that Black/African American, just like during the 17th century, while the Catholic Church was refuting Martin Luther, proving that he was a heretic and to die of spire. you had all this slavery going on. You had the East African slave trade, Niger Congo being enslaved, oppressed. And then you had the West African slave trade or the transatlantic slave trade, the Niger Congo being enslaved, being oppressed. So during this day and time, during this period of time, you're talking about the 16th century, 17th century, 18th century, black / African American, wasn't no such thing being educated. Wasn't no such thing. Even after the Civil War. Now, see, let's make this clear. Black / African American being here in the Western Hemisphere, South America, North America, the Caribbean, this general area, being enslaved and being oppressed. Now, one of the things about just being able to look at a website, okay, it's some things like where I'm at. I'm over here on traditionalcatholic.net. And so I'm scrolling around. See, it's one thing that the Catholic Church does. Anytime you say something about anything, no matter what it is, and you can just look over here and be like, on promotion of false doctrines. Pope Pius IX, he mentioned something between 1846 and 1878. Okay, he said something about it. Condemning current errors, syllabus of errors, indifferences, socialism, communism, secret societies. So what they say about that? What the Catholic Church say about that? Pests of this kind are frequently reprobated in the severest term in the encyclical Q Pluribus, November 9, 1846, Allocation Cubis Quantiscus, April 20, 1849, Encyclical Narcissus Nobiscum, December 8, 1849, Allocution Singulari, December 9, 1854. Then Encyclical Quanto, August 10, 1863. Okay, errors concerning the church and her rights. Errors about civil society. Errors having reference to modern liberalism. Okay, the Vatican Council between 1869 and 1870. Okay, so black / African Americans, black people in general, the 16th century, the 17th century, enslaved and oppressed. Pope Leo the 13th, 1878 to 1903, on socialism. Okay, I ain't gonna read all that, but what on Freemasonry? Okay, what do you say about that? It's so urgent a crisis, when so fierce and so pressing an onslaught is made upon the Christian, it is our office to point out the danger, to mark who are the adversaries, and to the best of our power to make head against their plans and devices. What else? The fundamental doctrine of the naturalists is that human nature and human reason ought in all things to be mistress and guide. Laying this down, they care little for duties to God or pervert them by erroneous and vague opinions. For they deny that anything has been taught by God. They allow no dogma of religion or truth which cannot be understood by the human intent, nor any teacher who ought to be believed by reason of its authority. What else he said? Okay, number 17. But the naturalists go much further, for having in the highest things entered upon a holy erroneous court, they are carried headlong to extreme, either by reason of the weakness of human nature, or because God inflicts upon them the just punishment or of their pride. Hence it happens that they no longer consider as certain and permanent those things which are fully understood by the natural light of reason, such as certainly are the existence of God, the immaterial nature of the human soul, and its immortality. What else? Number 22. Then come their doctrines of politics, in which the naturalists lay down that all men have the same right and are in every respect of equal and like condition, that each one is naturally free, that no one has the right to command another, that it is an act of violence to require men to obey any authority over other than that which is obtained from themselves. According to this, therefore, all things belong to the free people. Power is held by the command or permission of the people, so that when the popular will change, rulers may lawfully be deposed, and the source of all rights and civil duty is either in the multitude or in the governing authority. When this is constituted according to the latest doctrine, it is held also that the state should be without God, that in the various forms of religion there is no reason why one should have precedence of another, and that they all are all to occupy the same place. See, these are things that the Catholic Church has said about Freemasonry and the Eastern Star, on the nature of human liberty, and what else? Concerning new opinions, what else? Pope St. Pius X, 1903, 1914, the restoration of all things in Christ, simply condemning errors on the doctrine of the modernists, on the Bible and against the modernists, the oath against modernism. Pope Benedict the 15th, 1914 to 1922, Codex Iuris Canonici, 1917. Okay, let me see what is let me see what he's saying. The power of jurisdiction or government, which is in the church by divine institute, divided into that of the external forum, and that of the internal forum, or the forum of conscience. And the latter is either sacramental or extra sacramental. All right. So there's some things he's talking about here. Okay, let me scroll. And then Pope Pius XI, 1922 to 1939, on the promotion of true religious unity. What did he say about that? On the promotion of true religious unity. When the question of promoting unity among Christians is under consideration, many are easily deceived by the semblance of good. Yet beneath the coaxing words there is concealed an error so great that it would destroy utterly the foundation of the Catholic faith. They therefore, who profess themselves Christians, cannot, we think, but believe in Christ's establishment of one church and only one. Yet when one asks what that church by the will of its founder ought to be, then not all agree. Indeed, a great many deny, for example, that Christ's church ought to be visible at least in the sense that it should stand forth as one body of faithful, united in one identical doctrine and under one authority and rule. On the contrary, by a visible church, they understand nothing but a society formed by various Christian communities, even though these adhere to different and even mutually contradictory doctrines. And here there is presented the opportunity to set forth and remove a falsity upon which it seems this whole question hinges, and from which is drawn the multiple effort of the non-Christians who strive, as we have said, for the confederation of the Christian churches. The authors of this plan are in the habit of quoting the words of Christ, that ye all may be one. There should be one fold and one shepherd. John 17, 21, 10, and 16. Yet, in the sense that these words express a desire and a prayer of Jesus Christ, which thus far has lacked all effect, they contend that the unity of faith and government, which is the sign of the true and one church of Christ, has almost never existed up to this time, and does not exist today. That it can be wished for and perhaps sometime be obtained through common submission of the will, but meanwhile it must be considered a fiction. They say, moreover, that the church by its very nature is divided into parts, that it consists of many churches or particular communities which are separated among themselves, and although they have certain points of doctrine and income different in others, and that at most the church was the one church and only church between the apostolic era and the first ecumenical council. Therefore, they say, the controversies and old differences of opinion which to this day divide the Christian name should be put aside, and with the remaining doctrines there should be formulated and proposed a common rule of faith, in a profession of which all can know and feel themselves brothers. United by some sort of universal covenant, the multitude of churches or communities will then be in a position to oppose fruitfully and effectively the progress of unbelief. This, venerable brethren, is the more general opinion. There are, however, some among them who assume and grant that Protestantism, as they call it, has rejected very inadvisable certain articles of faith and certain rites of external worship that are fully acceptable and useful, excuse me, which the Roman Church still preserves. But they add immensely that the Church has corrupted the early religion by adding to it and proposing for belief certain doctrines that are not only foreign to, but are opposed to the gospel, among which they bring forth chiefly that of the primacy of jurisdiction assigned to Peter and his successor of the Roman See. On atheistic communism, Pope Pius XII, 1939-1958, on the mystical body of Christ, on the sacred liturgy, concerning some false opinions. Let me scroll. So, as you can see, you can go online. It's some information that talks about the Catholic Church and what the Catholic Church said about, for example, Freemasonry and the Eastern Stars, on socialism, communism, Marxism, and all that. Secret societies and whatever. But the Catholic Church says something. Now when it comes to us as being black / African, again, all this slavery and oppression. All this slavery and oppression can't be overlooked. You know, you can't sweep that under the rug. Don't mention, don't bring that up. You gotta put that out front. That black / African Americans, as well as black Africans, colonialism not being overlooked on the continent of Africa, as well as colonialism around the world. The oppression, the enslavement of people around the world, and all these false doctrines. People doing all kind of crazy, like, for example, anal sex. And anal sex being used like some kind of initiation stuff, like it's some kind of, method of initiation. Like you're a member of something. And, the men and the women, they use anal sex. Because you got these men walking around and doing stuff with the men and the women. And then you got the women sitting around being victimized by other women as well as men with anal sex. And then to like some kind of doctrine, Western mystery tradition, Western esotericism, like it's some kind of doctrine, and then you throw anal sex in there, esoteric, and then on the other side, exoteric, See, that kind of nonsense. See, this is just one example. Traditionalcatholic.net. But see, the Catholic Church is so. See, when you uninformed about the Catholic Church, mainly the reason why I went there is because of the dates and the time. See, black / African American, African people, including colonialism, have been enslaved and been oppressed. Even today. With all this, slavery mess, and all this racism and bigotry and prejudice. Talking about some black and all this, dark skin and all this. Because Niger Congo, and then you have your Nilo-Saharan, then you have your Afro-Asiatic peoples on the African continent. But then you have people with skin colors, could be pale, could be dark, then your hair texture, all these physical features that erroneous doctrines that we just got to read on traditionalcatholic.net. All this stuff that the popes have been talking about, but black / African American as well as Africans have been denied access to education that you should have known, But the Catholic Church, just like we just got through reading about how all this erroneous mess about all these other so-called church. See, when the Pope, when the Catholic Church say something about it, man, you ain't got to say nothing to me about it. Ain't no need you walking up to me like you know what you talking about. Like you some kind of genius or something. You ain't know about it. it just so happened I was like I said, when you see the date, that's important. When you see the date and time, it's just like when you say the Vatican Council, and it gives in the introduction. It said this council was summoned by Pope Pius IX by the bull, in Latin, Attorney Petrus, on the 29th of June, 1868. Well, you know that when you say that to certain people, let's just say people all around the world, when they just say on that date, June 29th, 1868, and you go all around the world with that date. So let's just say right here in the United States of America, on that date, June the 29th, 1868, here in the United States of America. What's important about that date? Well, being black / African American. What happened in the Civil War? If I ain't mistaken, I get my dates. The Civil War was 1865. I had to look it up, United States Civil War. But if I ain't mistaken, during that period of time, the Civil War, 1860s. Matter of fact, while I'm online, let me just say Civil War. All right, let me see. United States Civil War. So according to Wikipedia, the dates of the Civil War: April 12th, 1861, April 9th, 1865. 1865. So here in the United States of America, so let me click back over to the Vatican Council. So June 29th, 1868. I know doggone well the majority are black / African Americans. Here in the United States of America, the Civil War was being fought between 1861 to 1865. Yeah, between 1861 and 1865. So after the Civil War was over, what did you have? What came up next after the Civil War? When you said free the slave, the Ku Klux Klan, started by some Civil War veterans. Started by some Civil War veterans. Matter of fact, Pulaski, Tennessee, started the Ku Klux Klan. Some veterans of the Civil War. And went around terrorizing black / African Americans. Who, the Civil War freed the slaves. And then supposedly supposed to have Reconstruction and all this. So, the Vatican Council, June 29th, 1868. See, it's an important date. See, here in the United States of America, one of the events, this was the Civil War to free the slaves. Then after slavery, but then you had the Ku Klux Klan terrorizing black / African Americans. And then, Jim Crow. So black / African American, talking about education, that's unheard of. No. So you having any knowledge about the Catholic Church? No. But that one don't, like that was just one of the councils. Now, as you know, we had more than one council. when Constantine, the emperor of the Roman Empire, that was a council. Then there was another council behind that one. There are a lot of places you can go to Wikipedia. Of course, I'm sitting here looking at Wikipedia first, and it's showing the first 7 ecumenical councils. But then there are a lot of other places you can go. Let me see here. Was it Catholic Answers? Was it Catholic.com? Time total. The Encyclopedia Britannica. The Vatican II, Voice of the Church. Councils Through History, Vatican II, Voice of the Church. And then you got Councils of the Church, Theology and Religious Studies, Catholic University, Church Council, patricinfo.com, and University of St. Thomas, Church Council, Church History, Patristic Era, Ecumenical, so on and so forth. Orthodox Wiki, Ecumenical Council, Timeline of Church Councils. But what the councils, that's what I was looking at. But the reason why I'm scrolling is for this reason. When you talk about information, just like talking about a gang, you're talking about the same information. And so here we are talking about the ecumenical councils of the Catholic Church. So Encyclopedia Encyclopedia Britannica, one sort, Wikipedia. Then you can go encyclopedia.com, so on and so forth. You're talking about the same information. And so when you're talking about the same information, various persons or persons talk about the same information. So let me scroll back up. But see, the point is that when you're talking about the same information, there's a variety of places you can go. And you're going to get the same information. So let me go and click this Wikipedia. Outline of the Catholic Ecumenical Councils. The first council of Nicaea in 325 AD. And what was that? Then you had the first council of Constantinople, 381. Now the first council of Nicaea, that was in 325 AD. And there were some things like the Nicene Creed. They were talking about Arianism. Then the first council of Constantinople, that was in 381 AD, talking about Arianism, Macedonianism, also known as an anti-Nicene Creed set which flourished in the countries adjacent to the Hellespont during the latter half of the 4th and the beginning of the 5th century. And they denied the divinity of the Holy Ghost, hence the Greek name pneumatomachi, or combators against the spirit. Then you had the second council of Ephesus, 431 AD. And they was going, they had some things came up like Nestorius. And Nestorius was condemned because, see, he was talking about the rejection of the long-used title Theotokos, Mother of God, for the Virgin Mary, and were understood by many to imply that he did not believe that Christ was truly God. The council formally condemned him and his followers for heresy. Nestorianism emphasized the disunion between the human and divine natures of Jesus. And who was this? What's his name? Celestius. He was a major follower of the Christian teacher Pelagius and the Christian doctrine of Pelagianism, which was opposed to Augustine of Hippo and his doctrine in original sin, and was later declared to be heresy. He and his followers were declared heretics during this council. And excommunication, eviction from the church. This was the punishment decreed that this council, at this council, for those who did not accept Christian church doctrine. and the Virgin Mary. Mary, Mother of Jesus. This council decrees she is to be called Theotokos, God bearer. Then you had the Council of Chalcedon, 451 AD. The Chalcedon Creed declared that Jesus Christ is both truly God and truly man. Canon law, body of law, regulation, discipline made or adopted by ecclesiastical authority. 27 were issued by this council. Then you had the Second Council of Constantinople in 553 AD. Then you had 3 chapters, 3 people of their writings. Personal writings of Theodore, Mansusia, certain writings of Theodoret of Cyrus, and the letter of Ibis of Edessa to Mary, repudiated as Nestorian. Then you had the Third Council of Constantinople, 680 through 681 AD. And what we're talking about, monothelitism. It teaches that Jesus Christ had 2 natures, but only one will. This council repudiated this belief. And then you had monoenergism. Teaches that Jesus had 2 natures, but only one energy. This council repudiated this belief. Then you had the Second Council of Nicaea in 787 AD. The Byzantine iconoclasm, the practice of destroying icons and images. This council repudiated this belief. Then you had relics, part of the body of a saint or a venerated person, or else another type of ancient religious object carefully preserved for purposes of veneration or as a tangible memorial. This council decreed that altars must contain a relic. Then you had canon laws, body of law, regulation, or discipline made or adopted by ecclesiastical authority. 22 were issued by this council. Then you had other Catholic ecumenical council. The Fourth Council of Constantinople, 869, 870 AD. Who is this? Photius, ecumenical patriarch of Constantinople from 858 to 867, and from 877 to 886. He is recognized in the East Orthodox churches as Saint Photius the Great. Photius was condemned by this council. Byzantine iconoclasm, ban on religious images, accompanied by widespread destruction of images and persecution of supporters of the veneration of images. This council reaffirmed the repudiation of this practice by Second Nicene Council. Then you had the First Council of the Lateran, 1123 AD. Investiture, controversy, conflict over 2 radically different views of whether secular authorities such as kings, courts, or dukes had any legitimate role in appointments to ecclesiastical offices such as bishop. Then you had Berdinus. Gregory the 8th died 1137. Born Mauritius Berdinus. Maurice Bourdin was antipope from 10 March 1118 until 22nd April 1121. The First Lateran Council affirmed his excommunication. Concordance of Worms, agreement between Pope Calixtus II and Holy Roman Emperor Henry V on September 23rd, 1122, near the city of Worms. During the First Lateran Council, decisions of the Concordance of Worms were read and ratified. Then you have what? Simony, act of paying for sacraments and consequently for holy offices or for positions in the hierarchy of a church, named after Simon Magus. The First Lateran Council condemned the practice. Clerical celibacy, requirement that some or all members of the clergy in certain religions be unmarried. Celibacy of the clergy was ordered by canon law issued by the First Council of the Lateran. Canon law, body of laws and regulations made or adopted by the ecclesiastical authority. 22 canon law were issued by the council. Second Council of the Lateran, 1139 AD. The Council of Rheims, council which Saint Bernard appeared in the Antipope Anacletus was excommunicated. The decrees affirmed by the Second Council of the Lateran, Council of Clermont, mixed synod ecclesiastical and laymen of the Catholic Church, which was held from November 18 to November 28, 1095 at Clermont, France. Pope Urban's second speech on November 27 was the starting point of the First Crusade. Its decrees were affirmed by the Second Lateran Council. Canon laws, body laws, regulations, discipline made or adopted ecclesiastical, right? The Third Council of the Lateran, 1179. Waldensian. Christian movement of the latter Middle Ages. They made profession of extreme poverty a prominent feature in their own lives and emphasized by their practice the need for the much neglected task of preaching. This heresy condemned by the Third Lateran Council. Cathar. Christian religious movement with dualistic and Gnostic elements that appeared in the Languedoc region of France and other parts of Europe in the 11th century and flourished in the 12th and 13th century. This heresy condemned by the Third Lateran Council. And don't forget the dates now. Because if you notice anything, during this period of time, black/African American were not enslaved. So when it comes to the church, the Catholic Church, during this period of time, you see the time frame we talking about? We talking about where we at? We're on the Third Council of the Lateran, 1179. You paying attention to them dates? Pay attention to the date. You see how the Catholic Church is flourishing, even on the continent of Africa, being, Rome and Constantinople is in the northern parts of the world, the Mediterranean Sea. Now you have North Africa, and how the church spread, the Coptic Church in Egypt. And then from Egypt, now you got Sudan's close by. You have the Eritrean and the Ethiopian church, which was an extension of that Coptic church, because the church spread. Coptic church, one of the disciples started the church in Egypt. And then from Egypt, the Catholic Church spread to Ethiopia and Eritrea. But the Catholic Church didn't just stop, because in Sudan, in Nubia, the Catholic Church spread to South Sudan. So the church spread. So when you see the timeline, black/African American, African people, not just in North Africa, not just in Sudan, the Nilo-Saharans, the Afro-Asiatic, and then you come down to the Niger Congo. Didn't nobody tell nobody that it wasn't no Catholics in sub-Saharan Africa. Didn't nobody tell you that. Nobody said that. So you pay attention to the timeline, because it ain't no slavery for Niger Congo during this period of time. See, you talking about let's make sure the 15th, 16th, we talking about the Arab slave trade. And from the Arab slave trade, we talking about the West African or transatlantic slave trade, 16th century, 15th century, 16th century, 17th century, all the way up to the 18th century. Because we talking about, when you talking about the people being transported from sub-Saharan Africa to North America, Mexico, Central America, South America, the Caribbean. and then in all these different places, trying to end slavery, then all end at the same time. But eventually, slavery ended for all peoples in this part of the world. Now, that didn't mean oppression didn't end, but slavery ended. And so, when you pay attention to the timeline, and on the African continent, when we talk about the Catholic Church, you can't say that the Niger Congo were not Catholic. You can't say that. So, we're on the Third Council of the Lateran, 1179, the timeline, Waldensianism, Christian movement of Latter Middle, they made profession of extreme power. Okay, we're right there. Qatar, Christian religion movement with the dualistic and Gnostic element that appeared in the Languedoc region of France and other parts of Europe in the 11th century and flourished in the 12th and 13th century. This heresy, condemned by the Third Lateran Council, cardinals, senior ecclesiastical officials, usually an ordained bishop and ecclesiastical prince of the Catholic Church, they are collectively known as the College of Cardinals, which as a body elects a new pope. The Third Lateran Council decreed that they only could elect a pope by at least 2/3 majority. And anti-popes, person who opposes a legitimately elected or sitting pope and makes a significantly accepted competing claim to be the pope. The Third Lateran Council decreed that ordinations made by them are void. Then usury, practice of charging excessive, unreasonably high, and often illegal interest rates on loans. This council forbade the practice. Canon law, all right. The Fourth Council of Lateran, 1215. Transubstantiation, okay. Doctrine that in the Eucharist, the substance of wheat bread and grape wine changed into the substance of the body and the blood of Jesus. The Fourth Council of Lateran defines this doctrine. Papal primacy, ecclesiastical doctrine concerning the respect and authority that is due to the Bishop of Rome from other bishops and their sees. The Fourth Council of the Lateran declared this doctrine. All right, confession, acknowledgement of sin or one's sinfulness or wrong. The Fourth Council of Lateran declared that every Christian must perform confession at least once a year. Communion, Christian sacrament order. The Fourth Council of Lateran that every Christian must take communion at least once a year. Papal decrees, particular type of letters, patent or charter issued by a pope of the Catholic Church. The Fourth Council of the Lateran issued 70. The Fifth Crusade, attempt to reacquire Jerusalem and the rest of the Holy Land by first conquering the powerful Ayyubid state in Egypt. The Fourth Council of Lateran organized this effort. The First Council of Lyon, 1245. Like I said, pay attention to the date and time. See, people all over the world, sometimes, when we talk about issues and we talk about things that are important to us as a person, and, all ethnicities and races and things. And when you talk about the Catholic Church in a timeline, that can mean a lot to all people all over the world. And that timeline during that period of time, that timeline can make a difference. It makes a difference, just like me, Black/African American, living here in the city of Memphis, state of Tennessee. The timeline, and then when you go back to sub-Saharan Africa, being a descendant, Niger Congo, that timeline where you can't say that during this period of time, Niger Congo people were not Catholic. Because you can't say that people were not communicating with one another, irregardless of what ethnicity you are, Afro-Asiatic, Nilo-Saharan, Niger Congo. And then you had the Khoisan, the San people and the Khoi people who were intermarrying with the Niger Congo. So you can't say that during this period of time that the Catholic Church was not in Nigeria or in Kenya, or that the people in like Western Africa, Senegal and Mali, and all, you know, I know by this time we talking about, because what Islam spread, what, sixth century. But what you don't say it wasn't no Catholic. That's what you don't say. Don't say that it wasn't a person walking around who was, you know, a person or persons who wasn't Catholic. All right, where we at? First Council line 1245, Frederick II, the Holy Roman Empire. The Holy Roman Emperor, one of the most powerful Holy Roman Emperors of the Middle Ages, and head of the House of Hohenstaufen. He was excommunicated and deposed at the First Council line. Then you had the Seventh Crusade. The crusade led by Louis IX of France from 1248 to 1254. The First Council line decreed this crusade. You know, that's very interesting. When you talk about church history and world history, we talk about the Crusades. You know, Hollywood, you know, they took information and, you know, but they ain't really just get into the whole. You see how many crusades it was? Look where we at. We talking about the Seventh Crusade around about 1245. The Seventh Crusade. I know I'm not the only one who's seen a movie or something about the Crusade. I'm trying to remember one of them. But it was the one they made. It was about, I think it was around about the Second Crusade that they, you know, talk about the Crusade. But as you can see, it was more than one, and it was the Catholic Church. The First Crusade all the way up to the Seventh, it was the Catholic Church. And see, when you talk about all these other churches and religions, see, during this period of time in Europe, as well as in Africa, what are you talking about the Church of Christ for? You don't see nowhere in church history. That's one of the points you study church history. You don't see nowhere in talking about no first century church, no Church of Christ. You know, some man-made organization. You don't even see nothing, you know what I'm saying? When you start talking about Protestantism and all these people jumping up, trying to claim something wrong with the Catholic Church and all this. You know, the church been going on for years. Look at all the stuff the church been involved in. And then the Holy Roman Empire. Let me see here. Okay, that was the First Council line. Seventh Crusade. Now, the Second Council line, 1274. What time is it? Oh, yeah, we good. The Dominican Order, Roman Catholic religious order founded by Saint Dominic and approved by Pope Honorius III, 1216, 27, on 22nd December 1216 in France. The Second Council line approved the establishment of this order. The Franciscan Roman Catholic religious orders founded by Saint Francis of Assisi. The Second Council line approved the establishment of this order. The type for crusade. The Second Council line approved the collection of a type to fund a crusade. Then you had the Council of, I think it was Vienna, 1311, 1312. The Knights Templar, among the most famous of the Western Christian military orders. The organization existed for nearly 2 centuries. During the Middle Ages, the Council of Vienna disbanded them at the behest of Philip II of France, who promptly seized their lands, arrested them, and burned many at the stake. The Council of Constance, 1414, 1418. The Western Schism, also known as the Three Popes controversy, was a split within the Catholic Church from 1378 to 1470. 2 men simultaneously claimed to be the true Pope. The Council of Constance resolved this problem. John Huss, Czech priest philosopher, reformer, and master at Charles University in Prague after John Wycliffe, the theorist of ecclesiastical reformation. Huss is considered the first church reformer, living prior to Luther, Calvin, and Zwingli. The Council of Constance condemned him and burned him at the stake. So during this period of time, you had your precursors to the Reformation or the Protestant Reformation. But the precursors. And what we have here, the Conciliarism. Reform movement in the 14th, 15th, and 16th century Catholic Church, which held that supreme authority in the church resided within an ecumenical council, apart from or even against the Pope. Council of Constance, 1458, which succeeded in ending the Great Western Schism, proclaimed its own superiority over the Pope. Then you had the Council of Basel, Ferrara, and Florence, 1431 to 1445. Conciliarism, reform movement in the 14th, 15th, 16th century. Catholic Church will held that supreme authority in the church residing in ecumenical apart from or against the Pope. The Council of Florence denied this doctrine, and superiority of the Pope over the council was affirmed. And superiority of the Pope over the council was affirmed in the bull Etsi non dubitamus of 20 April 1414. And like I said, don't forget the dates. Don't forget the time period. See, people all over the world can take this Catholic timeline with these ecumenical councils, and at that time, all ethnic groups, races, languages or whatever. You can take this you can take the Catholic Church's ecumenical council timeline, and you can just see the effect it'll have. Because during this period of time, what you call a timeline, and when you talk to people, you get answers from people all over the world. Because you'll look at their timeline and you'll say, okay, somebody in Australia, New Zealand, and you talking about a timeline. Well, I mean, during that period of time, what can there wasn't no colonialism. During pirates. During 14, 13, 14. Started talking about all these pirates and all that kind of stuff. But it goes all the way back to first century and all that. But the timeline can really be an eye opener. Just like before the Arab slave trade, before the West African slave trade. Just sit here and see how it looks when you talk about before the Arab slave trade, before the West African slave trade, the Catholic Church. And look at this timeline. It wasn't no slavery. All right, let's see. The Fifth Council of Lateran, 1512, 1517, the Mount of Piety. It's an institutional pawnbroker run as a charity in Europe from the latter Middle Ages time to the 20th century, allowed by the Fifth Council of Lateran. And then the immortality of the soul. Souls temporarily stay in purgatory to be purified for heaven. The Council of Trent, 1545, 1563, with interruptions. Protestantism. One of the major groupings within Christianity, it has been defined as any of several church denominations denying the universal authority of the Pope and affirming the Reformation principle of justification by faith alone, the priesthood of all believers, and the primacy of the Bible as the only source of revealed truth, and more broadly to mean Christianity outside of a Catholic or Eastern church. This set of beliefs was condemned by the Council of Trent. condemned by the Council of Trent. Indulgences. Indulgence is the full or partial remission of temporal punishment due for sins which have already been forgiven. The Council of Trent curtailed and restricted how they are issued. Solidified. Protestant doctrine of faith alone. The Council of Trent rejected this doctrine as vain confidence. The Canon of Trent confirmed that the Deuterocanonical books were on a par with the other books of the canon. In the debate on the interlegational coordinated church tradition with the scriptures as a rule of faith, it also affirmed Jerome's Latin translation, the Vulgate, to be authoritative for the text of scripture. Sacraments. Sacred rite recognized as particular importance and significance. The Council of Trent reaffirmed 7 sacraments. Purgatory, condition of purification or temporary punishment by which those who die in a state of grace are believed to be made ready for heaven. The Council of Trent affirmed this doctrine. The First Council of the Vatican, 1870, officially 1870 to 1960. That's how long it's been going on. The First Council of the Vatican. Papal infallibility, dogma of the Catholic Church, which states that by action of the Holy Spirit, the Pope is preserved from even the possibility of error when in his official capacity he solemnly declares or promulgates to the universal church a dogmatic teaching on faith or morals. And what else? Diaphilitis. Oh, okay, it says Diaphilitis, teaching of the Holy Catholic Apostolic Roman Church on God, revelation, and faith. Then you had the Second Vatican Council, 1962 to 1965. 4 constitutions. Diverbum, Dogmatic Constitution, Divine Revelation, Lumen Gentium, Dogmatic Constitution on the Church, and Guardium Spes, Pastoral Constitution on the Church in the modern world, and was Sacrosanctum Concilium, Constitution on the Sacred Liturgy. Then you have 9 decrees. Now, please forgive my pronunciation. And Gentes, decree on churches, missionary activity, Apostolicum Etustaliorum, decree on apostolate of the laity. And you have Christus Dominus, decree on pastoral office of bishops in the church, Mirifica, decree on means of social communication, Obtainum Totius, decree on training of priests, Ortolinium Ecclesiarium, decree on the Catholic Oriental churches, Perfecte Caritatis, decree on up-to-date renewal of religious life, Presbyterorum Ordinus, decree on life and ministry of priests, Unitatis Redemptive Gratio, decree on ecumenism. Then you had 3 declarations. Okay, like I said, please forgive my pronunciation. Dignitatis Humanae, Declaration on Religious Liberty, Gravissimum Educationis, Declaration on Christian Education, Nostra Aetate, Declaration on Churches, Relation with Non-Christian Religions. So, that's a very significant thing when you talk about the timeline on the Catholic Council, the Catholic Church's councils, the timeline. Because when you talk about all the way back to 325 AD, 325 AD, in the first council of Nicaea. So when you talk about sub-Saharan Africa, it wasn't even no Islam. 325 wasn't no Islam. So when you talk about the Catholic Church was already on the continent of Africa, because one of the disciples established the church in Egypt. That was in the first century. So the Catholic Church was on the continent of Africa in the first century, because of one of the disciples established the church on the continent of Africa in the first century. And so by 325 AD, you already, the church in Ethiopia, in Eritrea, Sudan, and possibly the church has spread to sub-Saharan Africa, what we call today sub-Saharan Africa. So the timeline can, it can bring something that can be discussed during that period of time, because it affects everybody on this planet. Every human being on this planet is affected by the Catholic Church's timeline. Every human being. but like I said, and I was scrolling over some of the same information, but that's a very significant what time is it? Yeah. That's a very significant topic for discussion. The Catholic Church is time to, the first 7 ecumenical councils, and the first 7 ecumenical councils, and then you have the other Catholic ecumenical council between 869 to 870 AD. But when you see them dates, it means a lot to all people, because everybody don't live in the same location on this planet. And like we say, the Catholic Church been around since the first century, and even before, prior to the first century, because all this Jewish Christian, the Jewish Christian, because the first Christians were really the Jewish converts from Judaism, so the timeline is very important. It's very important. I know today, I don't think I'm gonna do it because like I've been wanting to do my reading, which is important. Because I've been going to the deuterocanonical books like Sirach, and I've been reading Adversus Heresies, which is against heresies, the Shepherd of Hermas, Saint Ignatius of Antioch, Saint Polycarp, the Bishop of Smyrna, Saint Justin Martyr, Saint Athanasius, the Bishop of Alexandria, the 39th Festal Letter, Easter Letter, and been reading the Panarian or the Panarium, but I know where I left off at, and like I said, I still want to continue to do my reading, but being uninformed about the Catholic Church is a very serious issue, and it's very, very, very. It's a very serious thing. Now, I read the Fourth Vatican Council on knowledge. That was part of the Catholic Church's teaching. And like I said, being uninformed about the Catholic Church, when you talk about the catechism of the Catholic Church, the Catechism of the Catholic Church, 2nd edition, part 3. Life in Christ, section 2, the 10 Commandments, chapter 1. You shall love the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul and with all your mind. All right, here we go. There we was at. You shall have no other gods before me. Now, the first commandment forbids honoring gods other than the one Lord who has revealed himself to his people. It prescribes superstition and irreligion. Superstition in some sense represents a perverse excess of religion. Irreligion is the vice contrary by defect to the virtue of religion. Superstition is the deviation of religious feeling and of the practices and practice these feelings impose. It can even affect the worship we offer the true God. When one attributes an importance in some way magical to certain practices otherwise lawful or necessary, to attribute the efficacy of prayers or of sacramental signs to their mere external performance apart from the interior disposition that they demand is to fall into superstition. Idolatry. The first commandment condemns polytheism. It requires man neither to believe in nor to venerate other divinity than the one true God. Scripture constantly recalls this rejection of idols, silver and gold, the work of men's hands. They have mouths, but do not speak, eyes, but do not see. These empty idols make their worshippers empty. Those who make them are like them. So are all who trust in them. God, however, is the living God who gives life and intervenes in history. Idolatry not only refers to false pagan worship, it remains a constant temptation to faith. Idolatry consists in divinizing what is not God. Man commits idolatry whenever he honors and reveres a creature in place of God, whether this be gods or demons. For example, Satanism, power, pleasure, race, and ancestors, the state, money, etc. Jesus said, you cannot serve God and mammon. Many martyrs died for not adoring the beast, refusing even to simulate such worship. Idolatry rejects the unique lordship of God. It is therefore incompatible with communion with God. Human life finds its unity in the adoration of the one God. The commandment to worship the Lord alone integrates man and saves him from an endless disintegration. Idolatry is a perversion of man's innate religious sense. An idolater is someone who transfers his indestructible notion of God to anything other than God. divination, and magic. God can reveal the future to his prophets or to other saints. Still, a sound Christian attitude consists in putting oneself confidently into the hands of providence for whatever concerns the future and giving up all unhealthy curiosity about it. Improvidence, however, can constitute a lack of responsibility. All forms of divination are to be rejected. Recourse to Satan or demons, conjuring up the dead, or other practices falsely supposed to unveil the future. Consulting horoscopes, astrology, palm reading, interpretation of omens and lots, the phenomena of clairvoyance, and recourse to mediums all conceal a desire for power over time, history, and, in the last analysis, other human beings, as well as a wish to conciliate hidden powers. They contradict the honor, respect, and love and fear that we owe to God alone. All practices of magic or sorcery by which one attempts to attain occult powers so as to place them at one's service and have a supernatural power over others, even if this were for the sake of restoring their health, are gravely contrary to the virtue of religion. These practices are even more to be condemned when accompanied by the intention of harming someone, or when they have recourse to the intervention of demons. Wearing charms is also reprehensible. Spiritism often implies divination or magical practices. The church, for her part, warns the faithful against it. Recourse to so-called traditional cures does not justify either the invocation of evil powers or the exploitation of another's credulity. Alright, then irreligion. God's first commandment condemns the main sins of irreligion: tempting God in words or deeds, sacrilege, and simony. Tempting God consists in putting his goodness and almighty power to the test by word or deed. Thus Satan tried to induce Jesus to throw himself down from the temple and, by his gesture, force God to act. Jesus opposed Satan with the word of God. You should not put the Lord your God to the test. The challenge contained in such tempting of God wounds the respect and trust we owe our Creator and Lord. It always harbors doubt about his love, his providence, and his power. Sacrilege consists in profaning or treating unworthily the sacraments and other liturgical actions, as well as persons, things, or places consecrated to God. Sacrilege is a grave sin, especially when committed against the Eucharist. For in this sacrament, the true body of Christ is made substantially present for us. Simony is defined as the buying or selling of spiritual things to Simon, the magician, who wanted to buy the spiritual power he saw at work in the apostles. St. Peter responded, "Your silver perished with you, because you thought you could obtain God's gift with money." Peter thus held to the words of Jesus: "You receive without pay, give without pay." It is impossible to appropriate to oneself spiritual goods and behave toward them as their owner or master, for they have their source in God. One can receive them only from him without payment. The minister should ask nothing for the administration of the sacraments beyond the offerings defined by the competent authority, always being careful that the needy are not deprived of the help of the sacraments because of their poverty. The competent authority determines these offerings in accordance with the principle that the Christian people ought to contribute to the support of the church's ministry. To the church's ministers, the laborer deserves his food. Atheism. Many of our contemporaries either do not at all perceive or explicitly reject this intimate and vital bond of man to God. Atheism must therefore be regarded as one of the most serious problems of our time. The name atheism covers many very different phenomena. One common form is the practical materialism, which restricts its needs and aspirations to space and time. Atheistic humanism falsely considers man to be an end to himself and the sole maker with supreme control of his own history. Another form of contemporary atheism looks for the liberation of man through economic and social liberation. It holds that religion of its very nature thwarts such emancipation by raising man's hopes in a future life, thus both deceiving him and discouraging him from working for a better form of life on earth. Since it rejects or denies the existence of God, atheism is a sin against the virtue of religion. The imputability of this offense can be significantly diminished in virtue of the intentions and the circumstance. Believers can have more than a little to do with the rise of atheism, to the extent that they are careless about their instruction in the faith or present its teaching falsely, or even fall into their religious, moral, social life. They must be said to conceal rather than to reveal the true nature of God and of religion. Atheism, often based on a false conception of human autonomy, exaggerated to the point of refusing any dependence on God, yet to acknowledge God is in no way to oppose the dignity of man, since such dignity is grounded and brought to perfection in God. For the church knows full well that her message is in harmony with the most secret desires of the human heart. Agnosticism assumes a number of forms. In certain cases, the agnostic refrains from denying God. Instead, he postulates the existence of a transcendent being which is incapable of revealing itself and about which nothing can be said. In other cases, the agnostic makes no judgment about God's existence, declaring it impossible to prove or even to affirm or deny. Agnosticism can sometimes include a certain search for God, but it can equally express indifferentism, a flight from the ultimate question of existence, and a sluggish moral conscience. Agnosticism is all too often equivalent to practical atheism. You should not make for yourself a graven image. The divine injunction included the prohibition of every representation of God by the hand of man. Deuteronomy explains, since you saw no form on the day that the Lord spoke to you at Horeb out of the midst of the fire, beware lest you act corruptly by making a graven image for yourself in the form of any figure. It is the absolutely transcendent God who revealed himself to Israel. He is the all, but at the same time, he is greater than all his works. He is the author of beauty. Nevertheless, already in the Old Testament, God ordained or permitted the making of images that pointed symbolically toward salvation by the incarnate Word. So it was with the bronze serpent, the ark of the covenant, and the cherubim, basing itself on the mystery of the incarnate Word. The Seventh Ecumenical Council in Nicaea 787 justified against the iconoclast the veneration of icons of Christ, but also of the Mother of God, the angels, and all the saints by becoming incarnate. The Son of God introduced a new economy of images. The Christian veneration of images is not contrary to the first commandment, which prescribes idols. Indeed, the honor rendered to an image passes to its prototype, and whoever venerates an image venerates the person portrayed in it. The honor paid to sacred images is a respectful veneration, not the adoration due to God alone. Religious worship is not directed to images in themselves, considered as mere things, but under their distinctive aspect as images leading us on to God incarnate. The movement toward the image does not terminate in it as image, but tends toward that whose image it is. All right. In brief, you should love the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul and with all your strength. Deuteronomy 6:5. The first commandment. The first commandment summons man to believe in God, to hope in him, and to love him above all else. You should worship the Lord your God. Matthew 4:10. Adoring God, praying to him, offering him the worship that belongs to him, fulfilling the promises and vows made to him are acts of the virtue of religion, which fall under obedience to the first commandment. The duty to offer God authentic worship concerns man both as an individual and as a social being. Men of the present day want to profess their religion freely in private and in public. All right. Superstition is a departure from the worship that we give to the true God. It is manifested in idolatry, as well as in various forms of divination and magic. Tempting God in words or deeds, sacrilege and simony are sins of irreligion forbidden by the first commandment. Since it rejects or denies the existence of God, atheism is a sin against the first commandment. The veneration of sacred images is based on the mystery of the incarnation of the Word of God. It is not contrary to the first commandment. Excuse me. Okay. Yeah. I was browsing. What time is it? Okay. Yeah. But now, being online, you know, at the snap of a finger. But only thing I was looking at is that continue to conversate about the Catholic Church, and so you have these mysteries. You have the joyful, luminous, sorrowful, or glorious mysteries. Mysteries of the Catholic Church. For example, the joyful mysteries. Number one, the annunciation of the angel Gabriel to Mary. Number two, the visitation of Mary to Elizabeth. Number three, the birth of Jesus in Bethlehem of Judea. Number four, the presentation of Jesus in the temple. Number five, the finding of Jesus in the temple. The luminous mystery. Number one, Jesus' baptism in the Jordan. Number two, the wedding at Cana. Number three, the proclamation of the kingdom. Number four, the transfiguration. And number five, the institution of the Eucharist. Then you have the sorrowful mysteries. Number one, the agony of Jesus in the Garden of Gethsemane. Number two, the scourging of Jesus at the pillar. Number three, the crowning of Jesus with thorns. Number four, the carrying of the cross. And number five, the crucifixion and death of Jesus. Then you have the glorious mysteries. Number one, the resurrection of Jesus. Number two, the ascension of Jesus into heaven. Number three, the descent of the Holy Spirit at Pentecost. Number four, the assumption of Mary into heaven. And number five, the coronation of Our Lady in heaven. See, to be misinformed about the Catholic Church It's not an excuse. It's not an excuse. They're going to try to walk around out on the street talking about you in a sorority and a fraternity. Talking about you a Freemason. You're an Eastern Star. It's some made up secret society. Talking about you gotta see, it's always some type of gimmick that you try to see. In order for you to get people to listen, you got to always try to find some kind of way to try to make yourself, you'll be trying to sit around talking about you're a sorcerer, you're a witch doctor, you're a magician. Oh yeah, see, you got to think back in ancient time, people try to run game on other people. It's always, I'm this, I'm a prophet, I'm an apostle. You trying to go around trying to tell everybody you an apostle. So you do the same thing in the sorority fraternity. You go around, graduate high school, now you talking about, well, I got my associate's degree. And so you're going to be a Gnostic. I got my bachelor's degree. I got my bachelor's degree. Yeah, I'm a Freemason. I'm a member of the Eastern Star. I got my master's degree. And I can tell you about the Nagamata Library. I got my PhD. And you ain't got to worry about listening to no Catholic church. I got my PhD in theology and religious studies. And you ain't got to listen to no Catholic church. Well, who you thought? Who was it that established the theology and religious studies? That you bragging about your PhD? Because when we studied church history, it's been the Catholic Church. When you talk about theology and religious study, when you talk about Christology, it's the Catholic Church. And all them other ologies. It was the Catholic Church. So, like I say, I was gonna do my reading today, but like I am, I'm gonna continue to do my reading, and I'm gonna make sure, but that's a serious issue. Being being uninformed, not just misinformed, but see, there's a difference between being uninformed and being misinformed. See, being uninformed, you just don't know, period. You don't know, period. But see, to be misinformed, it's just like I could have read the Catechism of the Catholic Church. Now, you could have been misinformed. It may have been somebody might have typed up the Catechism and they may have made a mistake. They made a mistake. Not the Catholic Church. They made a mistake on something in the, when they was printing and everything, when they were writing it out, and they misinformed people. Because it was something that they did, not necessarily that the Catholic Church did, but it was something that the printer did. The person who was doing the print, they made a mistake, so it caused you to be misinformed. See, but when you uninformed, and you can also be misinformed, but when you uninformed about the Catholic Church, man, it ain't no excuse. Don't make it sound like it's like we just gonna sweep it under the rug and no, there ain't no excuse to be uninformed. Because having access to information, see, what you try to do is you deliberately disregard the Catholic Church. You deliberately disregard the Catholic Church. And now you're going around talking about some doggone Gnosticism, some Nagamite library, talking about some Freemasonry and Eastern Star. See, I know what's out on the street. I know. Because I live in this community, so I know. I know. You know. And then when I go to work, you know, but hey, it ain't no excuse. It ain't no excuse. So don't think you get a free ride. Because you don't. Now, before I end my video, and let me reiterate, see, being uninformed, see, it's just like in Chicago. The conservative vice lords walking around, see, when they be talking about all these different factions, the unknown vice lords and the Imperial Insane Vice Lords and the Cicero Insane Vice Lord and Mafia Insane Vice Lords and the Traveling Vice Lords and the Renegade Vice Lords and the Undertaker Vice Lords and so on and so forth. And the Spanish Vice Lords, and then you got the Four Corner Hustlers and so on and so forth. And talking about you uninformed. But see, when you talk about Evan Pepperlo Perry, see, it ain't no excuse. It ain't no excuse. Especially talking about no gangster disciple. It ain't no excuse. See? Then you talking about you making all these YouTube videos, and see, you don't give the right presentation. You don't give the right presentation. See, the conservative vice lords, because in Chicago, then you got people just like me, affiliated some kind of way, whether it be past or present, with the vice lord. See, you don't misrepresent. You don't misrepresent. You don't, like I told you, we GD killers. You don't go around misrepresenting and then don't tell the truth. That's wrong. That's wrong to do that. That's wrong to do that. To misrepresent the truth. To lie. You lie, you gonna die. It ain't no valid excuse. There ain't no excuse for you to do that because you ain't know nothing about the Catholic Church. Oh well, I didn't know that. Okay. Now that you done said that, I mean, it's been time I was raised in the Church of Christ, but when I became a man, I tried to find out. Like I said, my dad and my mom, they were baptized in the Church of Christ, and when they passed away, they died based on what they were taught to be a Christian. I was baptized in the Church of Christ too. And when I became an adult, I tried to do research, try to find out it was a man-made, some junk that they made up. My intent is to be baptized in the Catholic Church. Is to be a baptized Catholic. Is to be a baptized Catholic. See, you don't sit around and think that you can just sit around, no, ain't no excuse. It's just like you trying to tempt God or something. Like you just gonna come and keep walking around, and then you pass away, and then you think, what gave you that attitude? How is it that I can become a baptized Catholic, and then you sitting around here thinking that you gonna just go around? How is it that you see the example that the Pope set? How is it that you see the example that the Pope set, as well as all the bishops and the deacons in the Eastern Orthodox Church, in the Oriental Orthodox Catholic churches, the example that the bishop and the deacon set when you claim you got a PhD and you walking around here telling me you're a Presbyterian, or what's that? The Church of England. Who you think you? What do you think you influencing like that? And then you see the Pope. And did you the Vatican Council? What did the Vatican Council tell you? You make it sound like you weren't listening. Because I read the Vatican Council, and what it said about Peter and his successors. I read the Vatican, and I read it again about the Vatican Council and what they said about what the Vatican Council said about the Apostle Peter. So I don't know what you think you talking about. You went to college and got a PhD. What you mean? What that supposed to mean? Don't mean nothing. Don't mean nothing. You better go read that Vatican Council and what it said about Peter and his successor. But see, when you uninformed, that's where that come from. And talking about some demiurge, that's what that is. And talking about all these, when we were reading the what was that? Traditional Catholic.net, you know what that is? That was that Freemasonry and all that secret society mess. That's what that is. And when we was talking about when we were reading the Catechism of the Catholic Church, talking about irreligion and atheism and all that, talking about you don't believe in God. See, that's what that junk is. The Church of England. Because you ain't nowhere in the world you gonna sit there and say nothing like that. And I'm sitting there, and I know that the Vatican is over there and the Pope sitting there. And not just the Pope. Then you got all the bishops in the Eastern Orthodox. You got all the bishops and the deacons in the Eastern Orthodox and the Oriental Orthodox Catholic churches. And you think you're going to walk around talking about some Church of England? What, man? Get out of here. Get out of here. And then got something, and then talking about the Church of God in Christ and the Mormon Church and all this. When I was reading over there on tradition and what it said about Protestantism, see, when you read that, it tell you what the Catholic Church is saying about all this stuff. All this stuff. See, the Catholic Church be saying, be making, no. In all them councils and, no. See, No. You don't get away with it. No. So that's the reason why, like I said, this year, man, from this point on, it's over. What you trying to pull? No, that's over. Conservative vice lord, they ain't got to worry about that. You ain't got to worry about that. Black Prince Stones, they ain't got to worry about it. You ain't got to worry about it. The Black Prince Stone Bloods out there in Los Angeles, you ain't got to worry about it. I just read it for you. I just read it. See, that get straight to the point. I just got straight to the point. Read it get straight. The black disciple, they ain't got to worry about that. Including the Saint disciple and the man Latin disciple, they ain't got to worry about it. And what do it mean talking about folks and my people? You ain't got to worry about it. See, just like I've been continuing. The so-called gangster disciple in the insane gangster disciple and talking about some black gangster new, you ain't got no business saying nothing about being no folks or nothing. Because that's what you hear. Nothing. You ain't nothing. Just a bunch of guys walking around trying to latch on, calling yourself a disciple. Just trying to latch on, man. Hey, that's over. It's over. It's over. It ain't no excuse. It's over. Conservative white law ain't got to worry about that. You ain't got to never worry about that. And then you got all these people living in this country, just like all the Asians and all the Native Americans, people from other parts of the world coming here in America. See, you can't leave people, no, including a lot of white men and women. Hey, you ain't got to worry about it. You ain't got to never worry. The Catholic Church is right. They done said something about it. No matter what it is, I guarantee you the Catholic Church has said something about it. So that's the end of the conversation. Ain't nothing to worry about. You ain't got to never worry about it. You ain't got to talk about no gay, lesbians, homosexuals, anal sex. No matter what it is, the Catholic Church has said something about it. No matter what it is. Transgenders, cross-dressing. No matter what it is. And all this stuff about some pagans and new age, and no matter what you make up, man, it don't matter. It's just some made up lies. You just lying. Just telling lies. That's all you doing, lying. That's all you doing, lying. So I mean, you might get that mess up, man. You ain't doing them a lying. That's all you doing is lying. And hey, lying, you gonna die. You gonna die. But what I gotta do now? What time is it? Yeah. I gotta. Now we know we got this war in the Ukraine going on, and the United States government and its allies is continuing to provide financial support, and with their financial support come this military aid to the Ukraine. Now all this lying that you've been doing, that's really what the basis of the problem of the war in Ukraine. People in the United States and government in the United States of America, as well as in Western Europe, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, the United Kingdom, with all that Freemasonry, the Order of the Eastern Star, all this Western esotericism, Western mystery tradition, as well as this exoteric. That's what the war in Ukraine is about. That's what the basis of the war is about. The same foolishness that started World War I and World War II and all this other mess. And being that it's wintertime, this is the time of year that it snows, just like out of nowhere. Southern California. Southern California, it snowed. A blizzard. Out of nowhere. You can go into the almanacs. You can go into the history of weather. Out of all places. It snowed in Southern California. A blizzard. And some people still trapped in their homes, having to be dug out. But hey, it snowed. It snowed in Southern California. But this wintertime in Russia, and it's wintertime in Ukraine, Belarus, that region of the world, so when it snows, when it's wintertime, it's wintertime. Sometimes it may not look like there's no storm ground, but you better believe it's cold. It's wintertime in that part of the world. It's winter. And talking about fighting a war. It means the same thing, not just on the Ukrainian side, but on the Russian side. It's wintertime. No, you can be as modernized as you want to be. It's wintertime. It's just like me being over here in America and driving a modern car. And you think you're going to go out here and drive around in the wintertime on the street. I don't care how good your tires is. You ain't finna be driving on no snow and no ice either. I don't care what kind of tires you got. You can have the most expensive tires on your vehicle. Just to to put it that way, you can have the most expensive car tires, the most advanced, and I mean they might cost $1 million, but again, you go out there on that ice. You go out there on that ice thing, you can finna drive 200 miles per hour or 100 miles per hour. You can't even drive 30 miles per hour, let alone 10 on some ice. You can't even drive 10 miles per hour on ice and think you ain't gonna slide, because you will. Because I can remember I can remember a couple about March, February, right about the end of January. Right at the end of January, had an ice storm right here in the city of Memphis. And you would think that by a truck, them big tractor trailers being heavy, you think they can drive out on ice. No, they can't. Had all kind of accidents, had all kind of traffic jams, traffic bag ups, because the tractor trailers were wrecking. They were causing car accidents on the road because the tractor trailers, them 18-wheelers, they were sliding on the ice. See, you have to use common sense. No matter how heavy that 18-wheeler is, you get out on that ice, you will slide just like any other motor vehicle. And see, that's the same thing over there in Russia. See, it's wintertime. And when it's wintertime, it means wintertime for everybody. It don't make no difference about the Russians being modernized. It don't make no difference about the United States government sending no modernized tanks. It's wintertime. It ain't gonna make no difference. It's winter. And you ain't finna be moving no mechanized equipment, and you can't even move no infantry in the winter. Because it's wintertime. It's cold. It's cold outside. It's cold. And then if you don't have common sense to know that it's cold outside, talking about the infantry, you talking about you trying to duck, dodge bullets, and talking about falling on that cold ground, getting wet. It's not no easy thing to think about. Talking about fighting a war, and you trying to stay warm. It's cold outside. How a man gonna be in the infantry and you gonna aim your rifle when you shivering? It's wintertime. It's cold. It's cold outside. It's cold outside. It ain't just snow. It might not be no snow on the ground, but it's still wintertime. It's cold. You don't overlook the weather. You don't overlook the weather, especially in the wintertime. Because when it's hot, when it's summertime, I can take my shirt off, fan myself, it's hot. But it's one thing about the summertime, you can find some shade somewhere. I can make some shade for myself. It may not, can't do nothing about the heat, but it's hot. Yeah, it's hot. But you talking about fighting a war, I'd rather fight a war in the summer than talking about in the winter. Because when it's summertime, hey, you can't stop that mechanized, you can't stop them infantry from moving. You can't stop them artillery from moving from one position to the next position. You can't stop them tanks. You be trying to talking about some landmines. That's about the only thing gonna keep them tanks from moving. Cause when it's summertime, hey, them tanks gonna be rolling. And when they move, hey, they moving and they cover a lot of ground. Just like that. So, right now, the war in the Ukraine being fought in a certain way. I'm gonna read the Russian newspaper. A few of them. Let me see. This the Moscow Times. Well, according to one newspaper, and I've been hearing it on the news too. This is like first they wanted to talk about, because CNN and Fox, they don't do no lie, and all they do is want to misinform the American. See, that's what it means to be misinformed, and difference between being uninformed and just being misinformed. See, in general, you can talk about the Ukrainian war, but what they do is they give you the wrong information. Some information they just don't talk about, just like the mercenaries. They don't tell you. They just don't tell you. Period. CNN and Fox, they only want to tell you what they want to tell you. But one of the things they talked about was it's been like a year since Russia crossed the border into the Ukraine, and this war has been going on since. So now it's like a year. Been a year now, because I think it was February, and so now it's March. But now they talking about Russia is they've been talking about this Ukrainian counteroffensive in that part of the Ukraine, which is eastern Ukraine, in that part like southeastern Ukraine, and the Ukraine is trying to come down into that area. They haven't really just accomplish really. They, basically they have, they come down into the and create, a lot of problems, but little towns or little cities or whatever, it's like fighting back and forth, fighting back and forth, and so. And then you have casualties, like I've been saying, creating a lot of casualties. Russia having casualties, but the Ukrainians are having casualties. And then they're trying to use mercenaries. And so it's being reported that there's a location in Ukraine, around this city, certain, it's a lot of fighting going on all over the place in Ukraine, but they were particularly talking about this movement. And most likely the Russians gonna take it back, But like I said, it's wintertime. You don't never not pay attention to the weather. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, you pay attention to the weather, And so far, pretty much the war haven't really been any significant changes. A lot of the territory, the Russian-backed separatists, they pretty much still holding on to what they gained, which is the Luhansk and the Duhansk, and so it really haven't been any serious change. It's, the Ukrainians are trying to come, but they haven't. And then you got a lot of areas where the Russian military haven't never lost anything. It's been battles, but overall, it haven't been any significant change. Now, like I said, it's wintertime right now, but I know, and it's been saying that it's an anticipated Russian offensive. Just as soon as spring or summer comes, which you can't stop them tanks from rolling. You ain't gonna stop the artillery from being maneuvering around, and you most certainly ain't finna stop the infantry from moving. So it may seem, it's just, in wintertime, you bog down, because it's cold. It's cold. It's winter. And so it's like the Ukrainians are panicking, trying to beg for more weapons because they're anticipating the Russians going on the offensive. And like I said, the Russians are working 24 hours trying to build their weapons back up. And, a few lessons learned that these American-made weapons, their capabilities and things. And so, because early on, Russia got a bloody nose in a fist fight. They got into a fist fight and got hit in the nose and bleeding all over the place. Probably got a broke nose. Some got into a fight and the guy hit you in the nose. Your nose got broken and bleeding, but they ain't, still fighting. But it's winter time right now. March, when April comes, most likely rain. Because springtime, bring rain to, to provide moisture and things. This is a normal thing. When the wintertime leave, all that snow and stuff in the mountains and all that precipitation being in the atmosphere, it starts raining. Instead of being ice, it comes down as rain. So it's gonna be wet, possible floods. Just like where I live, a lot of times during this period, when that time of the year comes, a lot of time precipitation, moisture. It, like that old saying, April showers bring May flower. And a lot of time it rains a lot. The moisture be in the air, and it just rains. And then sometimes with the rain come floods. because it rains so much that the rivers and the lakes and the springs, they have so much water that the water, it just floods. And it'd be the same thing in Russia, in Ukraine, Belarus, and all that region. When it rains and it keep raining, it's gonna flood. It'll cause a flood. But despite that, it ain't wintertime no more. It's it's spring. Then it causes a problem with the ground being moist. Tanks kind of hard to move in that moisture, trucks and stuff. But the roads, but you have to pay attention to the weather. You have to pay attention to the weather. And so, right now, pretty much based on the news reports, that's basically pretty much Russia still holding, and the Ukrainians call themselves trying to have some kind of counteroffensive, but it ain't gonna work. All right, that was basically the Moscow Times. Like I said, when you read the newspaper, you don't pretty much see a big, significant change. All right, that was the Moscow Times. Let me see. Let me find another newspaper. Okay, let me see. This is I think this Pravda. Let me see. Yeah, this Pravda. Another Russian newspaper. So let me see here. Okay, let me see here. Attacks on Bryansk region, villagers, local residents taken hostage. Says here that some Ukrainian saboteurs crossed border with Russia, killed several villagers. Ukraine loses 70% of military personnel in Bakhmut. It says here, I don't know how far back this goes. This may be an old. The Ukraine lose 70% of military personnel in Bakhmut. The armed forces of Ukraine have lost 70% of their personnel in Bakhmut. Igor Kamakovsky, advisor to the acting head of the Donetsk People's Republic, said on Channel 1. It said Yevgeny Prigozhin, the founder of PMC Wagner, said that tens of thousands of Ukrainian servicemen continue showing fierce resistance to Wagner fighters in Bakhmut. Additional reserves of Ukrainian troops continue arriving in the city. He added the armed forces of Ukraine do their best to keep control of the city. Prigozhin believes, according to him, battles become increasingly bloody every day. On February 25th, Prigozhin said that units of PMC Wagner took control of the village of Yogodunyi. Yogodunyi in the north of Bakhmut. I was reading some of the news reports, and pretty much ain't, that's what, when you see different articles in it, you don't really see a big change. Well, like I said, so I was reading the Pravda newspaper, and nothing really a big change. Nothing changed. All right, let me go over to the TASS, Russian news agency. So like I said, when you read a newspaper in various, you really don't see a big military change. So basically, I'm just going scrolling articles and you don't see a change. I mean, of course, the Ukrainian claim that there was a counteroffensive, but it's not making any significant, difference. The Russians are continuing to hold. The Russians are continuing to hold what they have. It's fierce fighting. They fighting to the death. And that's basically what I'm seeing. And here I'm reading the task, so the dates like March the 1st, and this is recent, and you don't really just see any significant change whatsoever. And whatever the Ukrainians are trying to do is not making any significant deal. I mean, if anything, civilians get wounded. They shell, troops shelling the Donetsk People's Republic, and the civilians get wounded. And see, when I'm reading, it's like they trying, it's like you sending tens of thousands of Ukrainian troops trying to make resistance in this one little area. And then they get into this fierce battle with the Russians in this one little area. And then you have all these casualties. See, you ain't gonna, and then it's gonna be springtime coming. You ain't gonna, you ain't got to be worried about the United States sending you no weapon, because I mean you getting all your forces killed in these one little city, around like Bakhmut. And then they trying to send reinforcements over there, and then they just dying. And still the Russians still holding. The Russians still holding all this territory. See? And given with these American-made weapons, they still ain't making no difference. It's the Russians are still holding. So basically, the TASS Russian news agency still don't see any Ukrainian change, like it's, the TASS Russian news agency. So it still don't see any change like the Ukrainians with all these American weapons, like it made a big difference, but it didn't. Well, I'm going to get ready to end today's video. So like I said, I'm going to get ready to end today's video. Again, my name is Eric D. Johnson, also known as BrightShine. I'm right here in the city of Memphis in the county of Sherman State, Tennessee. Today's date it's Sunday afternoon now, and it's March the 5th, 2023. And like I said, it's Sunday afternoon. And thank all my family, my support for continue supporting. It's important to be informed about the Catholic Church. Don't be misinformed about the Catholic Church. Be informed about the Catholic Church. There's a lot of information, especially about councils and the catechism, the mysteries of the Catholic Church. Inform yourself about the Catholic Church, the Roman Catholic Church, the Eastern Orthodox Catholic Church, the Oriental Orthodox Catholic Church. Inform yourself about the Catholic Church. Always give thanks to God for all the blessing and guidance that God provides us all with. And you take care of yourself and wish each and one of you the very best.